Mic check, mic check. Good morning. Oh, hello. Good morning. Welcome to the hot shop. Good morning and welcome to the Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. We are preparing ourselves to get started. Today we have the hot shop team making some bowls, and then we also have Levi Belbear here, and he is pouring some molds, which are really awesome. It's a cool process. But before we dive deep into what's happening in the hot shop, I can give you all a basic overview of how things get started. So everything we do here starts in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds up to approximately 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Dipping into that furnace is about 2,100 degrees. And dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. So as the artist rotates that steel pipe, they get a nice gather of glass at the end of that pipe. Because glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as they rotate. From there, we'll go in and out of the glory hole. The glory hole is a large drum-shaped oven. It's also powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And its temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And once again, there is no glass inside of this glory hole. There's only heat. So from there, we can do different things like add color to glass. We can apply color in multiple different ways. I can teach you guys a little bit more about color better than I can tell you. So please look up at the screen. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2,300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now, as you see, Gabe has gone into the glory hole here with a color bar, and he's going to overlay it on the bubble that Sarah has been chilling at the bench. she'll shape that color. She'll shape the color bar. You can't really see the color because it looks orange, but I'm not sure of the true color right this moment. But you'll see the radiant heat coming off of it. And then she'll position herself for Gabe to overlay the color over a clear bubble. And that's how glass gets color. That's one application. There are many applications of color. Also, feel free to raise your hand if you have any questions. Michelle or myself will be happy to answer. She'll go in and snip the glass with her diamond shears, and then she'll begin to shape it. As she shapes it, she'll overlay the entire color over that bubble to totally make it disappear. And then onto the marvering table to assist her with shaping that glass over that clear bubble. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily, and I'll be your MC for the day. If you guys have any questions, just let us know, okay? This is Michelle. And this is Michelle. She's more than happy to help you answer any questions. Say it again. So the fluffy torch, it's on, but it's just a fluffy torch. It's actually when they ignite it, it gives a flash. So it gets up to about 2,500 degrees when they use it because they want to put some heat into the glass at certain sections, and it just needs a nice flash. So you'll see them do it. As we continue to prepare for the day, and later when you get the chance to walk around and see the exhibits, we have a really exciting exhibit known as Kids Design Glass. Kids Design Glass is a program that is derived for the youth to come and create the way that glass artists do here in the Hot Shop. And so can we please see the Kids Design Glass video to learn a little bit more about the program?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win.
But,
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing Fred.
Bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
So please be sure to check out more about our Kids Design Glass program online in the Art Alley. You can also ask visitor services if you're between the age of 1 and 12. Michelle does have some sheets if you're interested in submitting an illustration. And now to catch you up on the process of where Sarah is at, she's blocking that hot glass. The block is derived from cherry wood. It's a hollowed out sphere. And then we soak them in water to keep them nice and lubricated so we can actually work them during our process. That layer of steam it gives off provides a nice layer of protection for the glass. So there's very minimal debris that's left behind on the glass because it's soaked in water. And so as you see, when she goes in with her blocks, it stabilizes the outer layers of the glass. Because the inner layers are so hot, that's what's causing it to wobble on the end of that blowpipe. And so she's stabilizing it, giving it some shape. She'll give it a nice little blow to expand the bubble. She's gathered over that colored drop that we laid down. And so what you can see is there's a solid color and then a halo of clear glass around it. She's using her papers to continue some more intimate shaping. The papers are just derived from regular old newspaper, folded up, and it's also soaked in water. It gives better texture to the glass and it helps it cool slower as you mold it with your hands. You can still feel the heat, you just won't get burned. Welcome to the hot shop, everyone. My name is Emily. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. So this is an optic mold, and she'll give it a little bit of air, stuff it, fill it up, and then cap the pipe. When she caps the pipe, it'll take on that mold as the glass fills the negative space. Can we please see the optic mold slide? And so as you see where she started at, then she stuffed the mold, and then as she came out, this is what happened as the glass filled the negative space. Thank you. And so what she's doing is she took her ear gun to help that glass cool a little bit. And then this torch here is a hot torch, and it gets up to about 5,000 degrees. It's the hottest thing in the hot shop. It's little, but it's hot. Go ahead. Yeah. So she said what she's doing, there's no protection on her hands. That's because sometimes protection can provide like a false sense of protection. And so it's hot, but they've been working, like Sarah specifically has been working in glass for well over 20 years, so she's kind of adjusted to the heat. But sometimes they do wear protection, but she's a professional. Say it again. When you do it for the first year, well, it's hot, so you just learn that it's hot. Yeah, as you go. I'll get into that in just a moment. I believe that this is a process known as cane, and so it's pre-designed, picked up, and then shaped. And I think we may be doing some cane pickup today. I have to figure it out. Oh, we. So she's going in with her hot torch, and as she hot torches it, the design is revealing itself similar to how they are here on this vase. Because what happened is in those negatives, in the space where the divots derived, when she hot torched it, they broke apart. So they started to break apart and only stick to the solid portion of the glass because there was some air in between the divot and that wrap that they applied. And so the hot torch just cleaned up what was on the actual, like what stuck to the actual glass, the thicker part that was not hollowed out. And so she's going back and she's cleaning it up.
When we put that wrap on, so yeah, when we put that wrap on, it's only attached to the high points from that mold. Some mold's not used to do any shaping. We're using it just to get this decoration. So once she puts that wrap on, it's only stuck to the high points, and when you torch it, it's going to release from all the negative space and only attach to the high points. So it makes this kind of weird, like alien scrit, yeah.
And so now as she starts to rotate that pipe and shape, all of the glass will start to come together and it'll be nice and smooth, and those hollowed out points will no longer be there. With heating and blowing, she'll give it a nice surface, even surface texture. Back into the marvering table to assist with shaping that glass and making sure those layers are even. Can we please see the slide of the glory hole? And so the glory hole is where Sarah continues to go in and out of, and it's a reheating chamber. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. There's no glass inside of the glory hole. There's only heat. What was your question, Shay? Oh, it's just MAP gas. And so she'll go in with her jacks and she'll trim up some of the glass that she would like to remove. And so she's just creating a line of tension to be able to reference and remove that glass later. Oh, she's doing it with her diamond shears. She's cutting it off. So as we continue to take glass out of the furnace, there's also a process that we do. It's known as charging the furnace to replenish the furnaces with glass. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So back in with those blocks, and as you see, her blocks have actually gotten bigger. Blocks come in all different sizes, because as we continue to add glass, or if we continue to blow out this piece, then we need a different size block. So as she shapes with her papers, she'll let Aiden know when to blow into the bottom of that pipe to enlarge this bowl. And so in she'll go with her jacks again, and jacks are good for carving out like lines. They're just reference points for where she'll detach herself later. And so she's squeezing the jacks into the hot glass, and it's at the end of the blowpipe, but the opening of the bubble. And so later, when we remove ourselves, we'll have an entry point in the top of the glass. So what we're going to do now is prepare a punty rod, and the punty rod is the transfer pipe, which allows us to remove ourselves from our initial blowpipe and work on the opposite side of the piece. And so as you see, Gabe is preparing the punty rod, and puntil means to bridge, and so it's the beginning and the end. It is, it's an Italian word because a lot of the words that we use in the hot shop derive from the Italian spoken language, because that's where glass derived. That's where glass started at. And in with the punty rod, as she attaches herself, she will rotate and she will position that punty rod, and then we will remove ourselves from this initial piece in just a moment. I mean, the initial blowpipe in just a moment. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the hot shop here at Museum of Glass. And so a little bit of water onto that and knock it off. Some thermal shock will allow us to remove ourselves. After a nice little flash, she'll start to edit that lip, clean it up with her tweezers. So Aiden is protected, just blocking her with his paddles. How you doing? Good. I like your hat. Super cute. And so back in with the papers and to shape the glass. And now that we, as you can see, in a way, glass blowing is performed upside down, and then we flip ourselves right side up, and we start to clean up the opening of the piece. And so that's the coolest part about watching the process is that the artists have a bit of foresight to where they're going, and then when you watch, you realize how things are done upside down, and it's just amazing. The Hot Shop team has been here with us at the Museum of Glass for well over 20 years, and they've been making glass for well over 20 years also. So they make things look really easy. And so the jacks are a multi-use tool which help with shaping also. They provide a nice sturdy tool to be able to manipulate the shape. You can also open up a piece with the jacks as you go in and expand your hand. You can squeeze them tight or help expand them. You can see on the podium here the final version of what she's creating. We're not going to do the same thing today, but they're similar. We're actually putting a foot on this next. So we're going to put on a little cookie of glass. All of them? Just two. But she got two taken off right here too. So now she only has two teeth here and two teeth here. And then, like, so it looks like, she doesn't have any teeth. She got robbed. She's like, they robbed me for this one and they robbed me for this one.
She would say that.
They did. What you guys doing?
This is the top for the. It's gonna be in a Como.
Okay.
So this is the top. It's like a oval white.
We're gonna do an Incamo.
We're gonna do it in Como. Como means to graft.
To grass.
So anytime you put two separate like bubbles together, they don't have to be different colors. They can be the exact same color.
What is graphing?
Graft, like you know how like when they sometimes on trees they attach new branches, they make like hybrid trees or like skin graft. It's basically to like
it's an actual layer, or it's another layer
it
of
means
the
to
same
like
thing.
kind of combine or something like that.
Oh, okay, I get it though. Graphing,
But
kind of
I
like
think
skin graphing.
yeah, like graft, like with a T at the end.
Graft.
Yeah. So I
Okay.
think Incalmo comes from the word from a like a Latin word. Graft. I don't know if that's important to say that, but
Good to know because I don't know what it means.
okay. It basically means joining, you know, two or more different bubbles together.
So on the left side of the hot shop, Jack and Gabe have been preparing another bubble. And so what we're going to do is we're going to encamo these two pieces together. And encamo means to graft. And so can we please see the encamo diagram? And so as you see, for instance, Sarah would be the red side of this piece. She has a larger cup shape, and then Jack's gonna come over with the smaller cup, and then he'll attach it, and then the piece will have an encamoed effect. And then encamo is a term that's used to reference what the process was to achieve the design, but simply put, it means to graft. Come in, have a seat, stay a while, why don't you? Why are you working hard? And so you'll see the other cup that Jack is preparing here as he jacks and shapes. He has to meet that mouth opening of the caliper, so that just takes some special tries, attempts to be able to fulfill the same diameter of the caliper. And then when they're ready, they'll combine the two. And so now you see those two pieces got attached, they perform the encamo process. To our right side of the shop, we have Levi Belber, and then we also have Eric Wool. They are a part of the Butter Eaters. It started way back in the early 90s, Eric told me, in Japan. What they are doing is they are casting glass. So they scoop it up out of the furnace and they get it a nice big gather. They lay it into this mold here, and it's a face that they're hot torching over. They've been making glass for a super long time, and they're both very well experienced artists. And I told you guys they're part of the Butter Eaters, right? Yeah, did I say that? Cool. So you can learn more about them probably online. And so from that cast onto the wooden paddle, they'll slide it over onto another paddle, and they'll put it into the oven to be annealed. The annealing oven is in the back there. These are being designed for a special artist, I believe a special artist's wife. For those of you who have just joined us, welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I will be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Michelle or myself, you'll have to yell. Oh, go ahead. Oh, okay, cool. So the color of the piece is going to be a really pretty turquoise-ish blue that's transparent, and that's underneath. And then the wrap is actually a really pretty opaque blue, and so the design will be laid over that see-through blue, and then we also have that opaline little white cup that we attached to it. I can show you guys how we achieve the process of adding the color to the clear glass, because all the glass in the furnace here at Museum of Glass is clear. The furnace is the large ceramic tank with the silver bottom and the black door on it. And so can we please see how glass gets colored? Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
A lot of the time during the process, we do this sit and wait and roll back and forth motion at the bench because we're allowing the glass to just hold its shape, cool down. Before we get to the next part of the process, so then that way we have a nice sturdy foundation to build from. And so a solid foot has been placed on with a fresh gather out of the furnace. And so a really nice foot will add to decoration for a display, just design. And so she's using her jacks to build up that, slowly build up and flatten that cookie that she added. And so you see now it's a nice cylinder, it's a nice slice of a cylinder that's been placed on as she manipulates the shapes with her tools. And so Gabe is preparing a punty to be able to take this piece off of this pipe. We actually had that blow pipe. I think we added a blow pipe, which allowed us to expand this shape. And so we just we flipped the opening with the blowpipe. So now we have to go back and clean up that opening again. When we added that encamo had that white cup. It had an opening on it also. So now Sarah will go back and clean it up after she transfers it from the pipe. The water cooler is designed to cool down the pipe because as you gather, it gets a little warm. Can we please see the furnace diagram? And so you see this is the furnace, and the inside of the furnace contains hot glass up to 2100 degrees. And so in with that transfer, that punchy rod, and then we'll detach ourselves from this blowpipe so we can go back in and clean up the other side. A little bit of water on that jack line, which is the reference point of where we will detach ourselves to be able to clean up the opposite opening. So she'll position herself. As she positions herself on that punchy, Gabe will block her from the heat because it's hot. And he's also helping her, I think, stabilize herself. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. I'll be sure to answer. And so with her jacks, she'll pinch her jacks tight, and then to open up the lips, she'll start to expand the jacks inside of the mouth. And this is a slow process, depending on how much she would like for that lip to be open, that insert point, then that's how she'll edit it. Oh, and so to add some color, Jack came over with a lip wrap, and so depending on what color it was, which was like a blue, it'll have a nice solid lip wrap on it. So she's giving a bit of an elongated neck here to the top of the face, and with the Sofiettas, we'll go in and we'll add some more ear. It's a little puffer, another Italian term for tools. A lot of the tools are named after Italian terms because that's where the trick of the trade came from. I believe Jack is getting that color. Oh, no, not yet. So the question is anyone here doing a residency? And residencies actually happen all the time, all year long, but not today. We just have our hot shop team, and then we have Levi Belber. He is just renting the shop for the day. And so some artists come to produce their own work. When artists come that are residents that apply to work in the hot shop with our team, our hot shop team that's always here, they come and they make stuff with our team. But we don't have any visiting artists this week. The next visiting artist will probably be like, I believe July. No, who's the next? No, he's not a visiting artist. So first week of August. So we'll have some visiting artists come up. You just have to look online and you follow Instagram. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram. His name is John Kiley. That's July 20th. You can always join the Hot Shop live stream when you're not here. So if you're, when you're not here, you want to say, oh, July 20th, I can just get online and just watch him. Because John Kiley's cool. Like, his work is huge. He's super duper. But, like, for a night. His name's Lino Cavietra. And so now you see that Sarah has used multiple tools to open up all of the aspects of design that she has created, from the lip wrap, the encamo, and her initial wrapped bubble. And so as she prepares to finish up the design elements, then we'll put this piece away. Oh, there you are. Tyler, go it? Yeah, yeah. Oh, perfect. There you are. I don't have my phone, but I have my phone. And then I'll tell you guys more about the visiting artist when they're done. I'll play a video about John Kylie. Because we will, this is a good video to watch. What's your friend's name? Jeff Martin?
Yeah, my friend's name. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's the one that recommended we come down here.
Oh, yeah, it's great. It's really fun.
Yeah.
For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. As Sarah continues to move in and out of the glory hole, which is our reheating chamber, she's just adding her final elements of design to her, I guess her final elements of shaping to the designs that she's built up this entire process. Can we please see a diagram of the glory hole? Just so we can have a better understanding of how the glory hole works. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to heat the glass to keep it from breaking, and its temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees, but there's no glass inside of the glory hole. There's only heat. Thank you. Aiden's going to suit up in a Kevlar suit. The Kevlar suit is designed to help protect him from the heat, but he can still feel, it's designed to protect him from getting burnt, but he can still feel the heat. So he'll catch this piece off of the pipe and then we'll put it away. Hey, Michelle, can you ask, hey, Chris, if you can hear me, you should cue up the John Kylie Meet the Artist video. Go see if you can hear me on the mic, because he can hear me on the mic at a distance. They can't hear me though. Go ask him to, ask him to cue up the John Kylie Meet the Artist video. We're going to play it. We're going to play it for people. Hey, Michelle, we're not going to play it until after they knock it off the pipe. Just tell me when it's ready. You ever did glass before?
No, I sometimes like I've taken like glass spray, like put it, made like pools of glass and some of the ceramic stuff that I've been talking about. But
So you
never.
take the frig and you heat it up.
I melt it in the kiln on like in fire with the ceramics, and then it just like melts and gets sucked into the clay.
Oh, it's like a hot mosaic.
Yeah, it usually like cracks and stuff, but it looks cool. I'm still trying to like figure out how to use it because I mean glazing is kind of cool. It's glass, but with like a more of a binder.
Yeah, it's an enamel. And so with a little bit of water, she'll add it to her punty. She'll knock it off the pipe. Jack will give it a nice hot torch on the bottom. And then she'll stamp it. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work today. And then into the annealing oven, we're going to place this piece. Let's give them one more round of applause. Good job, Aiden. And so here at the Museum of Glass, we have artists that come and work with us, and they're known as visiting artists. So if you guys would like to stay and hang out with us for a little longer, I can show you a visiting artist that's been with us in the past. Can we please see the John Kiley visiting artist video?
My name is John Kiley. I'm from Seattle, Washington. Born and raised, fourth generation. So I have two pieces here today. This one right here was actually made at the Museum of Glass in 2008, June of 2008. One of the themes that is common in my work is this membrane between two different sections. Sometimes there'll be a passageway through the membrane to the other side, and sometimes it'll just be solid. The idea behind this work is exploring this idea of connection and separation. I use glass to describe the connection and the separation because of the transparency of the material. You can see through from one side to another. You'll rarely see opaque colors used in my work, and that's because it's important for me for there to be transparency in the form. The form is not just about the exterior, but it's about what's going on in the inside too. Part of what I intend to do with the residency is push the scale, try to make these a bit larger, which is only possible with a facility like the Museum of Glass and with a big, skilled team, and also increase the number of sections. Right now, I've made them up to 3 sections, and I hope to experiment with making them up to 4 or 5 sections, and then cutting away perhaps the sides and creating whole new forms. Again, still rooted in the sphere, and still rooted in the connectedness and separation, but totally different. It's really important as an artist to have an environment to be able to come and work in where you can experiment and you can push new things without financial consequences. As a glass artist in particular, for me to make my work outside of a facility like the Museum of Glass runs up to $2,000 a day. So there's pressure to produce in a situation like that. With a residency like the Museum of Glass offers, you can come in, you can just focus on your ideas, you can focus on making your art, and there are no other places where that's possible. And looking forward to a great week. First time I ever made these pieces, or really this body of work, sculptures in glass, was at the Museum of Glass. And it was in 2008 in a 2-day residency there. And the first ones were very simple in form and shape and color, using only transparent materials. And since then, the basic architecture for the work has essentially remained the same, but the details are changing a lot. The color palette is changing. The way that I'm cutting the pieces has evolved really pretty dramatically. And really what I'm doing with the shape outside of that basic architecture of connecting 2 sections together continues to evolve. And really the temptation when you come to a place like this sometimes is to try to do a bunch of brand new, crazy things, decoration and whatever. And sort of thinking about it, 6-8 months now, what I'm going to do here, really, it kind of came to me that what this residency needs to be about in a lot of ways is restraint. One of the things that I've been experimenting with is adding a 3rd section into the middle of the piece to change a membrane. To change the color of the membrane and the color of that dividing line in the middle of the piece. And There's reasons for that, both aesthetically and conceptually. From an aesthetic standpoint, it's interesting to kind of see something else going on in the middle of the piece besides just a basic overlap or a basic solid membrane. And so the idea of adding just a bit of color in there, a bit of interest, is appealing. And originally that idea started with some opaque pieces. The opaque pieces originally were a form study for a large-scale sculpture that I'm working on out of composite material. And of course, with opaque glass, you can't see the inside. So it's got a totally different feel than transparent glass. And really the idea of adding this ring in the middle does two things. Number one, from the outside of an opaque piece, if you look at just the membrane, you can see a bit of color. And then your reward is by engaging with the piece and walking around and looking inside. There's something totally unusual compared to other work inside there. And so really adding the third color was about trying to grab a little bit of interest from the viewer on what might look like a static or a subtle piece and bring them on to the inside of the piece and have a whole different experience with it. I'm here. Yes, please. Yeah, we're gonna have to mess with that a little bit. All right, Rico. Let's do it. I think we're ready. There's a lot going on right now with glass as a material, and there's a lot of discussion about where glass as a material is going to go, both from the conceptual standpoint and what some people are referring to as the traditional studio glass movement. Looks pretty good, don't you think? Yeah. I don't know or really care where I fit in with that particular argument or set of rules or circumstances that people apply to a material. But for me, repetition is part of it. It's part of my practice as an artist. And it's part of what draws me to make these forms. This whole idea is based on the experience of making a perfect object as a child and breaking it. And regardless of material, I'm still compelled to try to make these objects and deconstruct them. You know, the ability to progress as an artist and mature artistically is the challenge. It's the challenge for what artists do, really, is how do you move forward? And that's really the same challenge with life in a way, and kind of that's been one of my challenges in life is how do you move forward? You look at my life personally and how long it took me to start making my own work as an artist. It took years. I make this work because it speaks to me. 5 years from now, I imagine it's going to look quite a bit different, but I'm not really thinking about 5 years from now. Each piece that I'm working on, I'm totally engaged with that piece and how that particular piece should look and what the subtleties and the nuances are of that one thing that's in the moment, that's now, that's in front of me. And that's what I'm concerned with, not what the next piece is going to look like necessarily. I'll worry about that when I make the next piece.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily, and this is Michelle. We will be your MCs for the day. We'll get you guys caught up with the process, but first, Michelle will give you the basic overview of how the process starts.
So we have to start from somewhere, right? And everything on the hot shop floor begins in the furnace. Now there are two on the floor. We have one to your right, the other is on your left. It is powered by natural gas and forced air. It really does stay on 24/7. And each of them can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. Now it sits at 2,100 degrees. Now, how this begins is the artist takes the blowpipe, we dip it into the furnace, and glass has a level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself. It has the consistency very comparable to honey. Now, it is important that we maintain the temperature of glass. It needs to be at a minimum of 1,000 degrees to be worked with. And for that, we use the glory hole, which is right behind me. It is also powered by natural gas and forced air. It is simply used to reheat the glass as we are working with it. Now, it contains no glass unless, of course, we are reheating something in there. It's a little bit hotter than the furnace. It sits at 2,300 degrees. Now, currently, that is where we see Sarah. Now, the tool she has right now is blocking. Usually you want to block each piece twice. The first time is for the shape, the second time is to maintain the temperature. So we've started a bubble, and now she is using some folded up newspaper. So what is going on is the sides of this piece are also beginning to cool a little bit. Now glass expands where it is hottest, so as she blows more air into it, where it is a little bit less cool, it's going to expand even more.
So when you talk, I want you to, because I don't want it to like echo.
So while we are growing this bubble a little bit more, I would love to tell you about a program we have here at the museum. It is called Kids Design Glass, and it is up to the age of 12. Now, kids can create their own creatures and things, and if you have already been down the alley artway, you have seen some of these.
Okay, cool. He said. She just did the optic mode. Show the optic
So we will do that in a little moment, actually. We're getting to some fun stuff. What Sarah just did was dip this into a optic mold. Can we see the optic mold slide, please? Thank you for that. Now, Sarah brought this to the pipe cooler for a brief moment. What is going to happen next and where she is at, this process is called a roller wrap. Now, there are two little wheels on either ends of this so she can rapidly rotate the pipe. Now, Gabe is behind me and he's warming up a color bar, and I believe it's white. So we're gonna get it nice and hot and gooey. We're going to briefly tap it. And we're gonna speed wrap this. This is one of my favorite things to watch. Now this torch is the oxy-propane torch. It gets up to 5,000 degrees. And if we can see these pieces of art here, this is exactly how she did this, these designs we see. Now all that negative space, as she begins to apply that heat in those little divots, it blows away. It's kind of like a burnt hair process, as on the taller portion of this piece is where all that glass comes back in onto itself. I just realized on screen, and I think it says 100. Yes, it is a minimal of 100 degrees as she is standing in front of this furnace right now. The glory hole. So if you had wondered what this is like, it is like standing in front of your open oven. Usually that kind of goes away after a minute. Imagine if it didn't. So now she is taking this to the marving table, and what is happening is this is stainless steel and it is sucking out heat. Now, as the outside begins to lose some of that temperature, when she starts to add air back into it, the hottest areas, that is where she's going to want it to expand. And it will begin to lose a little bit of that sharp and crispness from the optic mold. In the end, it kind of has like a pumpkin skin texture. Now, the tip is where she doesn't want it to expand. That is why she is using it on the marving table. That's getting cooler and losing heat. Now, if we have any questions, please feel free to ask, and I would love to answer them. Just raise your hand. Now, I had said briefly earlier, you block 2 times for the most part. That first time is for shape, the second is for temperature. The other thing that goes on is as she is turning that pipe in the block, we've talked about the heat begins to fade away from that surface, but the inside is still nice and gooey, right? It's still kind of moving around, doing its thing. So as we are shaping it and turning it at the same time, it's becoming nice and consistent. Now this matters because when we keep adding air into this, we don't want a thin spot here and a thick spot there. We want it nice and even. Can we pull up that slide of the block to get a better view of that? So it is a hollowed out sphere, and it is also made out of cherry wood, just like our paddles. And the reason we use cherry wood is it is a hardwood. Thank you for that. Now we're going to take off just the little end of this. So what we are seeing that paddle being used for right now is to block heat, and she's using the jacks. Can we get the slide of the jacks actually to get a better view of those? Yeah, so we're looking at them from the angle that they are flat. When you squeeze them together, they create a flat surface. So they are the opposite of a pair of tongs. Thank you. They were watching. They can do both.
Oh, I forget. I forget. I forget they can still see. Because I'm watching the show. Then I'm watching the screen. So, I didn't know we were going to do that fun stuff. Because I don't think we're going to do anything until the Encamo.
So that was some folded up newspaper she was using. It is wet, obviously. We don't want Sarah's hand to light on fire. The question is, why is she using newspaper? Well, I'm not exactly sure who and when this started, but it is the closest the artists are going to get to physically touching the glass without physically touching it.
It's a very intimate tool for shaping.
So
It's just, we use a lot of natural.
we just talked about the jacks, right? What she's using them for right now is she's creating a line of tension. Now what this is doing is, this is where she is going to remove the piece later from the blowpipe.
Yeah, so if you want to walk around and like, you can walk, stop walking and then talk, but not walk and talk at the same time. Because it goes like echo. This is what I'm trying to, because Ben always tells me that it's hard to hear you, hard to hear without walking hard. I think it's because you're walking. I think it's going to be a little echo because that is also vibration. I think. Okay, do you remember that sculpture, Martina? No, it said that people want to hear you. Yeah, so they can't hear you, but it's just the echo. It's a little low. Some of her characters, it's called like big fan blast because she mentions I don't even think we should play big fan blast yet. I just thought that we might as well get it in. So I'm gonna go grab some notes, but just stay here and while we talk about this like for play by play. I'll be right back.
Now we are waiting. We are going to do next is punty up. Punty means to bridge. A punty rod is this rod and this piece of glass on the end we've just attached. So what's going to happen now is the end that is attached to Sarah's blowpipe still, she's going to apply some water to that jack line. We just talked about that. That will create some stress fractures. She's going to give it a little, and then boom, we have transferred this to a secondary rod. And there we go. So now that this is removed, there's a little hole left behind from the blowpipe. That is where next we are going to open that up a little bit. Someone is going to come in with a secondary piece of glass. I believe it's still going to be white. And we're going to stick them together. And this is called encalmo. Can we see the encalmo slide, please? So yeah, this red piece, we can imagine this is the one that Sarah has, and the one we're going to add is the yellow. Now, eventually, just like we just witnessed this, that yellow piece or that new piece we're going to introduce, we're also going to break that off of the blowpipe. That white portion is going to be the top or the lip area of a bowl. So Jack is about to come in with the other portion of our encalmo on that slide we just saw. That would be the yellow piece. So we have been seeing the paddle used to help block heat. Right now it is being used to create a nice, crispy, clean, flat surface. Now as we join these two pieces, just like when we add that punchy rod, it is important that each piece of glass is the right temperature. If one's too hot or too cold or any sort of this, it's not going to stick. We have joined our pieces. Now, what's going to happen next is that white portion, the lighter portion we just added, that is going to be opened up, and that will be the top, and the bottom is actually what is on the opposite end of the blowpipe. Eventually, we are going to add a foot as well. And I know we're maybe at varying stages of coming in to watch this, but I believe we are going to the annealing oven on your left once this is finished. And we'll be heating this and doing a few things, so I'll go over the annealing oven for you. Now, once we finish this, if we just popped it off and sat it on my stool, it is going to fastly not be a full piece anymore. It's going to break. If glass starts to cool too quickly, it suffers from thermal shock. Now, in order to prevent that, we stick it in a nice specialized piece of equipment. I have a smaller one in front of me. It is just like the one tucked under the walkway. They're just different sizes. But it slowly and safely cools the temperature of the glass. And a good rule of thumb is the larger the piece, the longer it takes to be annealed. Now, not too long ago, one of our artists had informed me that the telescope lens, something the size of this building, not the one we're spying on our neighbors with at our house, now those can take up to 18 months to anneal. Now we are back at the marving table, so the surface sheet is beginning to cool. That is where this is going to expand less. And the hotter area still attached to the blowpipe is going to expand a little more. Someone had explained this in a really good way to me. Now, how many of you remember playing Red Rover? Okay, most of us. Now, if you imagine the glass like the chain of Red Rover, and air is like the person running to break the chain, we're not going to go to like the linebacker kids holding it. No, we're going to go for the weak point in the line, right? Glass is the same. The air is the same. It is going to go for that weaker or that hotter point. So the purpose of using all these different tools is to change the temperature. And as we change that temperature and drop it, we are creating stronger Red Rover holders. And where we want it to move, those are the not as strong Red Rover holders. The blowpipe? So question was, what is it they are holding in their hand? What is the blowpipe made out of? It is made out of steel. Now, I did find out that the very tip, like where the glass sits, about 3 to 5 inches of that end is a little different steel. It is all stainless steel. But yeah, it is just steel. It's just a steel hollow rod. And by the way, if any of you have a partner who hoards newspaper and you're trying to make them get rid of it, we will happily take all of your newspaper. We love newspaper donations. Now this torch, this is called the fluffy torch. He gets only about to 2,000 degrees and he is just fueled by forced air, and natural gas. Ooh, if you're watching on screen and you just watch Sarah take the jacks and kind of move them, that is beeswax. Have you noticed there's not that horrendous screeching chalkboard noise? Because this is metal and glass. That is why we use beeswax. Beeswax is also one of the common ways the artist might get a little burn. As some of that flops around, you know, it's hot. Now we are creating another jack line. Which means we are going to remove this, and we are also going to punty this again at some point.
I read up there that the museum did a mobile hot shop during the beginning of the pandemic. How does that work? Do you just like go visit other hot shops?
So the mobile hot shop, so see all the glory holes? They don't have to be stationary, stuck in a building. You can take them outside. You can take a furnace and move it outside. Obviously, it's not as big as the one we have in here, but it can be there about this big. So you can take equipment outside. We had an event not too long ago called and we just had smaller pieces of equipment, tent, and we just did all yeah. Look online to see if we're doing that. I know we're starting out with some adult classes too. My understanding workshops or study workshops. Hilltop is doing some glass blowing classes as well. Now we're going to be doing this for a little bit longer. So I think some of you have missed this video, but who wondered how we actually put the glass in the furnace? And did you know we go through almost 2 tons of glass a year? Yes, a lot of glass. So why don't we play the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand or silicon dioxide. The other 2 main ingredients are soda or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So this is the foot. So this will be the base of the bowl. Now we do have some new faces. I feel like there are enough new faces that we'll just start the whole thing over again. We'll start from the beginning, right? Now we have to start from somewhere. Now the whole process begins in the furnace. That is where we just grabbed that clear glass to create our foot. And our furnace runs 24/7. It really does. When you're home in bed and you've forgotten about what we did today, it is on. It's on at 2 o'clock in the morning, it's on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it holds approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it sits at 2,100 degrees. Now, glass needs to be at a minimum of 1,000 degrees to be worked with, so it is really important we keep it nice and toasty. And that is what we use the glory hole for. That is a reheating chamber. Now, both the furnace and the glory hole are powered by natural gas and forced air. It is just used to reheat the glass. There is no glass in there unless, of course, we're reheating some. It's a little hotter than the furnace. It sits at 2,300 degrees. And if you are just joining us, Sarah is using what we call the fluffy torch. And that little pinched in point, she is heating up. Eventually, we're going to add some water into there, and that is going to create some stress fractures. And then she's going to give it a little tap. It's going to break free. But before we get to that point, someone is going to grab a punty rod with a gather of glass called a punty. It means to bridge. And the only difference between the punty rod and the blowpipe is the punty rod is solid. Now we're going to stick it onto that foot we just saw them add. Then we're going to break this piece off from the blowpipe. And for my new faces, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me or raise your hand. How did we get the color? So, just like we dropped the foot on, if you imagine this whole piece about the size of that punty rod, or that glass on the punty rod, what happens is and we'll watch a video on that, but we heat up a color bar just like this, obviously get it gooey, and drop it, and then work it over the clear bubble. Now let's play the color overlay video, and I think it actually goes into a little bit what gives glass its color. So if you wondered, we'll take care of two things. Can we play the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So this is a lip wrap, a little similar to the color overlay. And believe it or not, you can cut glass. That is a thing. So she's going to begin to use the jacks to open up the bowl. It is eventually going to become a bowl. how did they get the patterns on the glass? So you might be able to see from this angle, but it kind of is like a pumpkin, right? It has those round and ridges in it. Now, what happened earlier is at this table, these are wheels, and we stuck the blowpipe in here, and we're spin, 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 spin. And it was Gabe, I believe. Well, if you go look at Jack, Jack is on your far left, and he has a color bar. What happened is we warmed it up, and we touched the piece on the very bottom and started to spin it. And that starts to pull that white color around and around and around. Now, the reason you have these variations, because you're probably thinking, well, Michelle, that would leave like a spiral. What are you talking about? Before we did this, we took that piece of glass and dipped it into a optic mold. Can we see that optic mold slide, please? So you can see in the after, that is how we got that ridge, but it was very sharp before. We did this when it was a little bit sharper. Now you have that V, the little shape going on, and what happens is when we heat this again, once we roller wrap that color, we blast it with one of the torches. And on the highest point of these ridges is where the glass remains. It's kind of like when you burn hair and it comes back onto itself. So instead of the white creeping into those crevices, it just sticks to the top. What are they working on? So Levi is a very, very busy, fast person anytime I see him in here. Now, I love watching what he's doing because you see this big ladle. I think this is one of the coolest tools. It's a big spoon that you just like dip in the furnace and dump onto something. Now, what he's doing is creating these sun discs that are going to be displayed as an art piece, on little metal stands. He's just the beginning process. They'll go through cold working and, cleaned up a bit, and they will coat it with various things to make it shiny and whatever color they desire. So this is just the first step for that. But for their process, they take that big ladle, dip it into the furnace, dump it into the mold. This is Eric in the hat. And there's a mold on a little table in front of him. Oh, there we see it. It is a graphite mold. They're going to dump it out onto a, what's the pizza thing? Looks like, like the big thing you put in the wood pizza oven, we know what I'm talking about. Looks like that. And then they put it in the annealing oven. So Gabe had just informed me those are going to anneal for about 3 to 4 days because they are so thick. So when you are ladling, that is what my big spoon, it is called a ladle. When you are ladling, it needs to be a little hotter. So their furnace on their side is actually about 2250. Now, as she is using the jacks and that the other tool that was pretty much a pair of jacks was wood, we call them the wood jacks or pachovies, she's not forcing this to open. Now, if we've been watching, you know we've been turning the blowpipe the entire time. So what happens is, as you just hold it there and you turn and there's barely any movement. You don't force glass. It is very fluid. It's like working with dough, you know. You don't need to force it, or ceramics, clay, if we have ever done that. But it's a very gentle motion, and she just needs to hold it in one place, and as she's turning, it starts to naturally move on its own. Now, Gabe was just saying that bowls and what we see as more simple pieces are some of the harder ones to create. Now, what I have in my hand, this is the beginning of a goblet. Now, this is the connection point, and we would make why can't I think of that word? We know it's the top part of the goblet. But he was, what am I trying to think? There's the stem. Yes, we don't have a stem or a foot yet. The bowl, the stem, the bowl. But he was saying that these simpler pieces are a lot harder to create because everything needs to be consistent and even, and all these organic and movement shapes. You know, these pieces are a lot easier to create. And you can tell as Sarah is working with this, we've gone over it quite a few times, you know, as we heated it probably, a minute ago, and she pulled it out again, it started to get wavy. Oh, Gabe has suited up. I will give you a secret. If you come back, you got to come back, you're going to come back. Someone suits up in a corner, which is important, and we're not going to make anybody like hot potato this with their bare hands to the annealing oven. If you missed it earlier, this is the annealing, nope, we're going over here. It is this big black boxy piece of equipment tucked under the walkway. Now, remember, glass needs to be at about 1,000 degrees at a minimum. The annealing oven sits at 910. Now, these pieces could take anywhere from 12 to 24 hours to be done. If you're just joining us, our gentlemen working at this farther bench, they are creating these very thick sun discs. Those are probably going to take 3 to 4 days to anneal. Oh, face sun discs. That's what. So earlier, if you watched us punty or transfer this to another pipe, remember we added that water and gave it a little. That is how we are going to remove this as well. Now we're going to give it one final flash of heat. Maybe 2. Now these are Kevlar gloves, and there is our water. And there we have it. Let's give our artists a hand. Now, if you are not a member, some of these next slides are going to have our membership information as well as the links to all of our social media. We have it all. And please, please share your photos with us. So, the question was, do people work here 24 hours? I don't think anyone wants to be here 24 hours.
Work from a visiting artist that's been here before. Can we please see the Meet the Artist John Kiley video? And John Kiley's a visiting artist that comes to work with the Hot Shop team, and he's a renting artist. He's been both. Can we please see the John Kiley video?
My name is John Kiley. I'm from Seattle, Washington. Born and raised, fourth generation. So I have two pieces here today. This one right here was actually made at the Museum of Glass in 2008, June of 2008. One of the themes that is common in my work is this membrane between two different sections. Sometimes there'll be a passageway through the membrane to the other side, and sometimes it'll just be solid. The idea behind this work is exploring this idea of connection and separation. I use glass to describe the connection and the separation because of the transparency of the material. You can see through from one side to another. You'll rarely see opaque colors used in my work, and that's because it's important for me for there to be transparency in the form. The form is not just about the exterior, but it's about what's going on in the inside too. Part of what I intend to do with the residency is push the scale, try to make these a bit larger, which is only possible with a facility like the Museum of Glass and with a big, skilled team, and also increase the number of sections. Right now, I've made them up to 3 sections, and I hope to experiment with making them up to 4 or 5 sections, and then cutting away perhaps the sides and creating whole new forms. Again, still rooted in the sphere, and still rooted in the connectedness and separation, but totally different. It's really important as an artist to have an environment to be able to come and work in where you can experiment and you can push new things without financial consequences. As a glass artist in particular, for me to make my work outside of a facility like the Museum of Glass runs up to $2,000 a day. So there's pressure to produce in a situation like that. With a residency like the Museum of Glass offers, you can come in, you can just focus on your ideas, you can focus on making your art, and there are no other places where that's possible. And looking forward to a great week.
So we missed the very beginning, and remember we watched that video about color overlay? That is what we are about to do. So the blowpipe that Sarah is holding vertically, that clear bubble we have, Jack is going to drop a color bar onto that. And that is how the entire piece began. So she's going to begin to work that color over the clear bubble. We will add a little bit of clear glass over the top of that. So right now she is marvering this color over our clear bubble. So it is important that we keep this nice and toasty while we are working with it. Can we see that glory hole diagram? Now the glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It is just used to reheat the glass. Now it is a little bit hotter than where the glass begins. This is 2300 degrees. Now where we get the glass from, this is the furnace. Now this sits at 2100 degrees. It is also powered by natural gas and forced air, and the furnace stays on 24/7. So when we have gone home, it is on. It is on at 1 o'clock in the morning, it's on at 5 o'clock in the morning, it's on at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And each of these can contain 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and there are 2 on the floor. Now, if you are just joining us, we just began the process of color overlay. Now, Sarah has a clear bubble on the end of her blowpipe, and we just added a color bar. Can we see our color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we've added color, and Sarah has gone in for another gather. Now she's pulled out and trimmed away some imperfections or some bubbles. Now, what is in her hand, this is called a block. Now, most of the time we block twice. The first is to give shape to the glass on the end of our blowpipe. The second time is to help maintain temperature. Now, this is made out of wood. However, the water is helping create steam to protect our glass from the block. The block is also kept in water. It is that bucket that is right behind her. So as she is blocking, the surface of the glass begins to cool down a little bit where it's come in contact with the block, right? So as she blows air, glass likes to expand where it is hottest. So where the surface is a little bit cooler, and as she begins to blow some more air into it, the areas we haven't blocked as much begin to expand more. Now, if you have questions, please feel free to raise your hand, and I would love to answer them. So we see Sarah at the furnace for another gather. And the reason she waited a moment is it is much easier for glass to stick to a surface than hot glass to stick to hot glass. So a kind of a skin developed on the outside of that bubble, which created a nice big surface to stick into the furnace and for that new glass to stick itself to. And like I just said, this first block, we're going to help make a little better shape into that bubble. And since it has come into contact with the outside of this, as we begin to blow a little more air, the part of this piece that is closest or attached to that blowpipe, that's going to begin to expand more. So what Sarah is currently using is folded up newspaper, which, by the way, we love your newspaper donations. So if any of you have a partner or a roommate that doesn't want to get rid of that newspaper and you want to sneak it out, we will take it. Now, just like when we block, it helps cool a little bit of the glass. The marving table, that is what she's doing. It's called marving. On the marving table, that stainless steel is beginning to pull heat out of the glass. Now, the reason we do this is as we marver, or as they marver, they know where to take a tool and touch it with the glass. They know where they want it to expand and where they don't. Now, right now, she is dropping this into a optic mold. And she is going to blow this while it is in there. And you can see it's like a multi-armed star. Can we see the optic mold slide, actually? Please. And thank you. I love listening to this, and some of you might not be able to hear it, but you might hear that clicking. And I love that because it's interesting to see that it is still glowing orange due to thermal energy, but still hard enough to click across the marving table. Now, I'm sure some of you have wondered if the blowpipe gets hot. It does. That is what Sarah is doing right now. She is cooling this off at the pipe cooler. Now, if you have seen the pieces on the podium and wondered how we added those design, that is this process. So Gabe has a color bar. He's lightly touched it to the bottom of this piece, and Sarah is rotating this. There's little wheels that our blowpipe is placed on, and we are roller wrapping. Now, this design looks a little different than this. So she is using the oxy propane torch. This gets up to 5,000 degrees. Now, instead of the white falling into those divots in that optic mold, they come in on themselves and stick to the higher surfaces. I love the final look of this design. It kind of reminds you of Sanskrit. She is just taking off the end of this piece right now to make it nice and consistent. Now we do have some new faces. I let you know a little bit about where we're at now, but I will briefly go over the very beginning in a nutshell form. So, how we started this, the glass needs to come from somewhere, right? It comes from the furnace. Now it really does stay on 24/7, and it is 2100 degrees in there, and all the glass, by the way, is clear. Now, there are 2 of them on the floor. It is important we keep the glass nice and hot as we work with it. We do this in the glory hole that is directly behind me. It sits a little hotter than the furnace at 2300 degrees. It is powered by natural gas and forced air. Both the glory hole and the furnace are as well. Now, there is no glass in the glory hole unless, we're reheating something in there. That is my quick catch you up on the equipment. Now, currently where we're at is back in the glory hole. Now, I believe we are about, you need to see this when it comes out.
When you don't know what's going to happen next, just don't say anything. Just stop. Just let her come back, let them catch up to each other. I think we're going to encalmo in a moment. Yeah. Just give it a second. Just give it a second.
Now, if you are just joining us, we are using a block. That is that tool in her hand. Now, we do this about 2 times. The first time is to help give a nice shape. The second is for temperature. Now, one of the artist has given me a really great example to explain why we do this. Now, glass moves where it is hottest, and the example was, if you've ever played Red Rover in your life, imagine the glass surface like the Red Rover chain, and air like the kid that's running through there. If you've played it, we're not gonna go for the big kids, right? We're gonna go for that weakest point. Glass is the same. It expands where it is hottest.
And then you can ask to see the block diagram so we can talk about how, oh wait, not yet, papers.
Now, believe it or not, Sarah is using some folded up newspaper. It is wet. We're not going to let her start her hand on fire. Now, this is the closest the artists are going to get to touching the glass. And as she is coming into contact with the surface of this piece, it is beginning to cool down. Now, where it is a little bit cooler, like we just talked about with the Red Rover, as she begins to blow more air into it, the hotter portion of this piece will expand the most.
Talk a little bit slower, just a little bit slower. Only because it kind of just a little bit slower when you're explaining the detail.
So we have some new faces, and you've probably wondered, where does the glass come from, right? Well, this is called charging the furnace. This happens about once every week, once every 2 weeks. And I'll give you a little secret. You're going to see these in the video, but if you look to your right and you see the exit sign, you'll see these silver tubes. I don't know if you can see them very well today, but those are the tubes you will see that we dump into the furnace. Can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So right now, that tool that Sarah has in her hand, these are called jacks. And she is creating a line of tension. So what is going to happen is when it's time, that little point we just pinched in, she's going to apply some water, which this is a really hot glass, and we're going to dip some water on that. It is going to break. We're going to create some stress fractures. But once we do that, we'll give the pipe a little tap, and it will break away from the jack line. And for all of my new faces, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. I am Michelle, and this is Emily, and we are emceeing for you today. Now, right now, we've just added a punty. This means to bridge. That little glass piece is called a punty, and the rod is called a punty rod. It is just a solid steel rod. And the blowpipe, the only difference between these two is the blowpipe is hollow, the punty rod isn't. Now she's adding the water, and we are breaking this free. And the whole purpose for doing this is we've switched this piece around, and it was broken away from the blowpipe, correct? So there's going to be a little hole that is left behind. Now we're going to begin to open up that hole, and what is going to happen next is we're going to add a kind of a cup-shaped piece of glass, and I believe it is being made over here. It is. So Jack is at this far bench. Now, once we bring these two pieces together, this is called encalmo. Can we please see the encalmo slide? Yes. So, colors aside, but I'm going to talk about the colors to give you an example. Jack is going to have the yellow. Behind me is the red.
So he told me that in Como means
So Sarah is going to begin to open up that little hole that was left when we broke this free from the blowpipe. Now, this wooden paddle is a new object that has come into play. It is used to not only make this surface nice and flat, but to help block heat for Sarah's arm. Now remember, glass needs to be at least 1,000 degrees to be worked with. And this is no more than 6 to 8 inches away from her arm. So that's at least 1,500 degrees. And as a matter of fact, let me check. It has gotten, it's about the same. It is a minimum of 100 degrees standing in front of the glory hole right now. And if you wondered what that feels like, well, I will tell you that you don't want to wear jewelry, you want to wear cotton clothing, and it's inescapable. It is like standing in front of your oven, and you know, at least at your house, that waft kind of goes away. But imagine if it didn't. That is what it feels like. So we have a question. Who has wondered what gives glass its color? I feel like more of you. Come on. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to play the color overlay video because I know it also goes over what gives glass its color. Can we play our color overlay video? Actually, no, I'm going to wait a moment. We're going to have to do something. And boom, we did it. Now, this is the In Calma, which is also the name of the restaurant outside the door. So what's going to happen next is the white portion we just added is going to be the top of the bowl. And the colored portion with this really cool Sanskrit looking stuff is the bottom. Okay, now we're gonna play the color overlay video.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that is how glass gets its color and how we color our clear glass. There are two other ways other than that color bar. If you take this color bar and you crunch it up, I really hope someday I get to do this too, but probably not. Or if you smashed it on the ground, that is called color frit. It is a crumbly version of this. And if you take that a step farther and pulverize it, you have glass powder, which is called color powder. So this is, if you've just joined us and I didn't explain this, Sarah is holding folded up newspaper. Which, it's wet, you know, we don't want her to light her hand on fire. But what is happening is, as she is touching the newspaper to the surface of this glass and we are blowing air into it, the cooler portion isn't going to expand as much as the still hot portion. And if you have noticed, this is beginning to cool a little bit. And a couple seconds ago, this was so hot you couldn't see any of those designs. Now, just like the heating element in your oven at home that starts to glow orange due to thermal energy, glass does the same. And most of the time, once it begins to drop in temperature, you start to see some of those colors come through. However, some colors are really only going to become visible once it is completely cooled. Now, the tools she is using, these are called jacks. Can we pull up the jack slide, please? So when you squeeze a pair of jacks together, they create a flat surface. Now, the opposite of when you squeeze a pair of tongs together. So she just squeezed, she's still doing it. This is called the jack line. It is a line of tension. And the whole reason for doing this is eventually we are going to have to remove this from the blowpipe, and that is where we're going to do that. So we do have some more new faces. Hello, everyone. We are about finished. However, some of you have just gotten here, so stick around for another hour. Our lunch will be done in about an hour, so about 2:30, we will be back at it again. Now, right now, where we are at is, this is going to become a bowl. And it looks a little similar in design to this. Now, if this was a bowl, there is an opening right here. What is still attached to the blowpipe is eventually going to be the top. And the bottom is what is on the outside of the blowpipe right now. So the portion Sarah is touching with this newspaper is actually the base of the bowl. Glass is a little backwards. You start from the bottom and work your way to the top. So the question is, how long does the piece take to cool down? So we'll jump the gun a little bit. So if we just broke this off and popped it right here, it is not going to last very long. It's going to break. If glass starts to cool down too fast, it suffers from thermal shock. So we have a thing for that. We have a thing for that. So it is the annealing oven to your left. It is this big square box tucked under the walkway, and glass, remember, it needs to be at a minimum of 1,000 degrees to be worked with, and the annealing oven sits at 910, and there the pieces will cool from anywhere from 12 to 24 hours. If you have wondered, and this is a good segue for all these things, our gentleman over here, the pieces they are making, someone had told me they're going to take about 3 to 4 days to anneal. Now, they're a little thicker than what we're doing. There's a big spoon or a big ladle over here, and Levi is our man on this bench. So he has taken this ladle, and you can see on screen that glowing orange piece. This is going to be like a sun disk or the face on it. Now, he's taken a ladle, scooped up a rather large amount of glass, poured it into this mold, and then they're going to flip it on this little kind of a pizza holder looking object, and it will go into the annealing oven in the back. But yes, that piece will take about 3 to 4 days. The one behind us, that'll be ready tomorrow. So we are waiting. We're letting a little cool down begin to happen and a skin. So Gabe is currently in the furnace, and that gather is going to be the foot of our bowl. If you are just joining us, this is where all of our glass comes from. That is the furnace. And it stays on all the time, 24/7. It's on at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Here is our foot.
Fresh gather.
And also, all of the glass that is in our furnace is clear. So it's orange due to thermal energy. It's that hot. Just like the heating element in your oven gets really orange or on your stovetop, glass does the same thing. And then it turns green. Yes, it's glowing orange because it's so hot. But the color of the piece itself is green. Just like your heating element is black, and it heats up and it turns orange, and as it cools, it goes back to black. Except for in our case, it's not black, it's green.
Started out clear. They put a green.
That's gonna.
They put a green overlay over the clear bubble, and then it looks orange when it gets hot, but when it cools down and it holds its color, it shows you the green, the true color it's going to be when it's all done.
How do you make different colors in one piece?
In one piece. So okay, so within how they make different colors. So different colors come from today's process was color bar, color overlay. And so these are different colors. We buy them and we heat them.
So if you are just joining us, welcome. And what we are about to do, the man behind me is Gabe, who's seated is Sarah.
Hold on, he's talking to me still. Oh wait, not yet. She'll put the video for you to teach you more about it, okay? She'll show you in a minute. You're welcome.
So we are using a puntee rod. I'll go over this again. We do have some new faces. This piece of glass on the end of this new rod we added is called a puntee. And it means to bridge, and Sarah just added some water to a little connection point or a line of tension where it was just attached to a blowpipe. And adding that water did create some stress fractures, but when she gives it a nice little tap, it breaks free. So the purpose of adding that new rod was to transfer it to that rod. Now we have removed it from the blowpipe, so there is a little hole left behind, right? And that is where we are going to open this piece up, and then it is now going to be a bowl. It'll look more like a bowl than it does right now. And we have new faces, and I'm going to play a video. It is called Charging the Furnace. Oh, color.
Color overlay. He wants to know about color.
Oh, so I will replay our color overlay video. It is going to go over how we added the color, that green that we were just explaining, how we got the green, and also where color comes from. Can we play our color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So any more questions? And for my new faces, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. I am Michelle. Emily is over there. And we will love to answer all of them. And it is about time for us to be finished. We are going to go on lunch. We have to eat too. We do that. We will be back probably like 2:30. And we will do this all over again. So depending on when you had come in, if you missed anything, doing it all day. Currently, though, we are still beginning to open this up. It is going to become a bowl. I know it doesn't look like it right now, but we're going to get there. We did add a lip wrap. So Sarah is using the jacks to begin to open this up a little bit more. And she's not forcing this open. As she's turning the blowpipe, she's simply holding the jacks there, and it is starting to naturally widen out. If you haven't been watching, one of my favorite things at this furnace, he's about to go in and scoop up a whole lot of glass. And now he's just going to dump it into this mold. And when this is done, this is going to take 3 or 4 days to cool down. So now this piece is no longer on a blowpipe. So if we need to add air, we use this Sophietta. It means a little puff. It helps us add air when we're no longer attached to the blowpipe. If you are just joining us, I'm really sorry to tell you we're done. We're almost done. We've got like 3 minutes, 5 minutes left, but we will be back in about an hour. We gotta eat too. But to my knowledge, we are doing the same thing. It could change Sarah's the boss. It is her pony show. Actually, can we see some of Sarah's other artwork? If we have it, I think I can say Sarah is a mixed media artist. She doesn't only, yes, I know she doesn't only work with glass. Ooh, I haven't seen that one. Which, by the way, I'll give you a little piece of information. If you ever want art from an artist, contact them directly. Hint, hint. With any of them, this is something I have learned. I just love saying this word. The tools she has in her hand, these are called pachovies. They don't really say that on the floor. They call them wood jacks because they are essentially a pair of jacks with wood on the end of them. Now, the reason we switched up from the jacks is that wood leaves a little bit of a softer imprint than the jacks. Fun fact, the camera angle we are seeing is a newly added camera. And shout out to our AV department because this wouldn't be possible without them as well. So we are back in for another flash because remember the glass needs to be at least 1,000 degrees to be worked with. So what are they making over there? Those are those little sun discs with the faces I was explaining earlier. They'll eventually be like a displayed piece of art. Those are the ones that are going to take 3 to 4 days to anneal and cool down. It's just a flat piece with a face on it. They're called sun discs. Now, earlier, Gabe was explaining to me that some of the most simple looking pieces in glass are some of the hardest to create. The ones with more movement and fluidity are a little bit simpler and easier, but pieces like goblets and bowls and plates, you know, they have to start out very, what was the word? I can't remember. There's a word that Gabe had said as he was explaining it to me, and now I've lost it. But as you...
What did he explain to you?
Oh. I forget the word he was explaining, but in the beginning, it needs to be on point. You need to be on point a lot in the beginning to end with something. And a secret, if someone is suiting up like Gabe is right now, it is almost time for the piece to be done and go to the annealing oven. We are going to your left. And for those new faces, it is this big square black piece of equipment that is tucked under the walkway. It sits at 910 degrees, so a little bit under where we want the glass to be worked with at. And these will probably be ready tomorrow. 12, 24 hours is a pretty good guesstimate. Obviously, the larger and thicker, the longer it's going to take. And as you can see, we are starting to crisp and, do the final touches on our bowl. I believe this is the final flash. The last time I said that, it was actually 2, so we'll see.
Torch it. When they start to torch it, it's because they're prepping it to be disconnected. But don't tell them yet. That way we can just watch her shake.
So we have used these paddles to help block heat, which we are doing now, as we simultaneously make it nice and flat on the outside. Now, Gabe has grabbed these Kevlar gloves. We're getting a little closer. So just like we switched this to the punchy rod earlier, that's how we remove it. We add that water to that connection point, give it a tap, and there we go. It's going to get a final blast of heat and a stamp of MOG approval. So why don't we give all of our artists a hand? And it is lunchtime for us. Thank you so much, everyone. And please come join us in about an hour or so. And we will be here making glass.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
non muoverti, ferma. Dai, adesso, ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, dico internazionale, perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente, con le cose che faccio. Dai! La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta su vetro, e un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. La passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva. Ok, I like it. So fruit, you look fruit. Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte, per rimanere sveglio, giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Il padrone, il direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto: sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto: ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, fornace di artistico con maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese. E hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri. E lui ha detto, uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi. Questa è stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita. Un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. Ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire, di dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Scrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro, io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. a gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade adesso, cade. Ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, io dico internazionale perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente con le cose che faccio. Dai! La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta su vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. La passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva. Ok, I like it. So fruit, you look fruit. Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte per rimanere sveglio giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non lo so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Il padrone, il direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, formarsi di artistico con il maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante, io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri. E lui ha detto, oh, uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi. Questa era stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita. Un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. Ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo pari per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire, di no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro. Io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. Faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo pari per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente.
10 for?
La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Dai, cade, su, ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, dico internazionale, perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente, con le cose che faccio. Dai! La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta su vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. La passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva. Ok, I like it. So fruit, you look fruit. Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte, per rimanere sveglio, giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non lo so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Il padrone, il direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto: sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. Guarda, cammina. E allora lui mi ha detto, ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, formarsi di artistico con un maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini, Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri. E lui ha detto, uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi. Questa è stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita. Un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. Ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. Non c'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro. Io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. Faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade adesso, cade. Ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, io dico internazionale perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente con le cose che faccio. Dai! cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta sul vetro, e un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba. E mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. La passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva.
Ok, I like it. So fruit, you look fruit.
Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte, per rimanere sveglio, giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, perché avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Padrone, direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto: sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto: ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, fornace di artistico, con il maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, Però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento, sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19. Ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri, e lui ha detto uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi, questa è stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita, un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello, perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani, ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro, io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. Faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade, su, cade. Ferma, non troppo.
È una lingua, io dico internazionale, perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente, con le cose che faccio.
Dai.
La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta su vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. E una passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. We're excited to be here with you guys today, and we're going to make some really fun stuff. But before we start to create glass, I will let you guys know the process of how we make things here at the Hot Shop. My name is Emily, and this is Michelle. We will both be your MCs for the day, and if you have any questions at any point, you're welcome to raise your hand, and we'll get to you and answer your question as soon as possible. I don't know. So everything we do here in the museum, in the hot shop, starts in the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds approximately 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. So dipping the steel pipe into the furnace is like dipping into a spoon into a jar of honey. And so as we rotate, glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. And so we get this nice gather on the end of that blowpipe. And then we'll blow into the pipe, which will create a bubble, similar to the shape of a balloon. From that bubble, we'll chill it, and then we'll work in and out of the glory hole. The glory hole is also powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And its temperature is kept at about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And so there's no glass inside the glory hole. There's only thermal energy. There's only heat. In today's process, we will be using the color overlay application. All of the glass inside of the furnace is clear. So we have to apply color. So there are there's various ways to apply color and pattern to glass. There's color frit, there's color overlay, and there's color powder. Can we please see the color overlay video to understand how the glass will get colored today?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2,300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So as we prepare that gather that Sarah is just now shaping on the marvering table, she'll blow into that rod and she will create a bubble. She'll put a nice amount of air into the pipe and she'll cap it, and then a bubble will appear at the end. It's not a very big bubble, but it's going to get big as we add color, as we gather more glass. As Sarah prepares her bubble for a color overlay to be applied, we also have Levi Bilber and Eric Wohl in the hot shop renting the shop. They're renting a portion of the shop for the day. And what they're doing is they're pouring glass into a mold. This is known as casting. As the glass chills, it takes the negative of the mold. Then they're going to turn this over, and when they turn over the mold, you'll be able to see the face. When they're done making the face or the mold, they'll then put it into an oven in the back. So you'll see them carrying their faces that they create. They're only clear. They'll see them carrying them away. And now Sarah's preparing her bubble for the color overlay. A piece of color bar has been heated. As the color bar gets heated, it gets piping hot and laid over that bubble. Her diamond shears cut glass in a 360 way. So usually scissors are only at like a 45-degree angle, would you say? These are a 360-degree angle. And so in and out of the glory hole she'll go to keep this color bar hot. This is a color bar. This is an example of what cold color bar looks like. Color bar is created and distributed. They're created in large ovens, kind of similar to the furnace here. They're pulled out, they're cut down, and then we buy them from a distributor. And she'll use the marvering table to completely overlay that color. It looks orange, but it's probably a transparent blue or a transparent color. I have to ask. And so the color bar totally conceals that bubble. This is whole color bar. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and ask. Michelle or myself will be happy to answer. So the question is, what is the actual mold? That's a great question. So what is the mold made out of? Graphite. As you can see, Sarah has to continue to rotate the pipe. She never stops rotating this pipe the entire time they're working. So take a look at her hand. Oh, now she's using her jacks to shape up that color properly on the bubble. But the glass has to constantly rotate. So gravity is our best friend, and sometimes it could be our worst enemy in the hot shop, but it's also always our best friend. Those tools in her hand are known as jacks. Can we please see the jack diagram? The blades are laid. They're not the same as tweezers because of the way that the blades are laid flat, I would say, instead of inverted, aligned with the top of it. And so they're used for multiple different techniques. They're used for carving, they're used for shaping, they're used for opening up the lip. Thank you. And we're going to perform another color overlay. And so the color that Jack just got overlaid on top of his bubble, it looks clear, but it's actually an opalescent white. Some colors just absorb the heat and reflect it differently. So when it starts to cool down, it's actually gonna look white. It'll be white while it chills. So Sarah's got another gather, and she'll go in with her blocks. Can we please see the block diagram? The blocks are a hollowed out wooden sphere. It derives from cherry wood, and cherry wood is commonly used, well, fruit wood is commonly used during the process. Cherry wood because it's popular to this area. And we soak them in a bucket of water. We soak that wood in a bucket of water so when the wood meets the hot glass, a layer of steam it gives off a layer of steam which protects the glass from debris. It's a small layer of steam. In this case, you can't quite see it. So that's what we call thermal shock. Maybe there's some water. I don't know. I'll go find out. There was a huge solid piece of glass inside of the bucket, which is where we typically recycle glass, but it was a mass. And so when the hot glass touched the cold glass, it just caused shock and it exploded. I've never seen that happen before, and I've been here for a long time. And so into the furnace, Sarah will go and she'll add more glass as she rotates. Like I said earlier, glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. What you see is thermal energy, and so that's about 2100 degrees. That's what 2100 degrees looks like. That's why it's so orange. So what happens is we add a little bit of color to a lot of clear glass. Once we shape it, we blow out that little bubble that's inside of there, and the solid glass just expands. So in cross section, it's actually clear, majority clear, not colored. It looks like it's colored. That's the illusion. So the face is actually still inside of the mold. Can we please see the mold? And so you see as it's chilling, it takes some time to chill so it can actually really just saturate that mold. And then Eric is going to come over and he's going to dump the face onto the the wood paddle here. There's a wood pad here. And then Levi's gonna shuck it towards them onto a paddle, and then they're gonna put it away. So right now, Levi's heating it up because he wants to make sure that that surface is nice and smooth. That gun is about 5,000 degrees. It's the hottest thing in the hot shop, but it's so tiny. Well, it's small compared to everything else. So as he torches it, he'll prepare it to be able to be removed. And so can we please see the optic mold? Sarah dipped into the optic mold and she blew into that glass. And what happened was when the glass was nice and solid, she put it into this mold. And then it took the cutaway view after she capped it. And then it makes these indents in the glass. So it's kind of like a star looking at it from above. But when you look at it straight on, you can see the different hollowed out spaces. So we're going to prepare for a lip wrap that will be placed on. Sorry, we're going to prepare a roller wrap. And so as Sarah positions herself on the rollers there, Gabe will bring over the color. He'll dab down. And as she rotates, she'll slowly move that pipe backwards. And the and the wrap will start to cover the entire piece. Wow, that was cool. So now with the hot torch, she'll go in and torch out the design. Where the negative space occurs, the roller wrap will start to burn away because it has no surface glass to attach to, because it's hollow in between the divots and the surface space. So that's how she achieves this design. Next time we'll catch it. Yeah. They go like this. Do they go like? Sometimes when we swing the pipe, they're stretching it out. Maybe Gabe does it a lot. Maybe he's cooling it. He's just getting that bubble longer. Gravity is pulling it down slowly and surely. And so onto the marvering table is where she will begin to marver those hollowed out spaces, and she'll meet it with the top surfaces. And so they'll start to combine again, and glass always wants to come back to itself. That's why when she was hot torching it, in those hollowed out spaces, that glass started flying because it had nothing to attach to. It had nowhere to go. So it's like, oh, I'm going to fly away. I don't have anything to attach myself to. You will see that Sarah will continue to go in and out of the glory hole to reheat herself. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Thanks for being here with us today. You guys could be anywhere in the world, but you're here in the Hot Shop. We appreciate you. So in with her papers, she'll start to shape this glass. Papers are made of newspaper with water. They're soaked in water. Papers extract heat from the glass slower, and they provide a better texture when you're shaping it. It's a very intimate tool. It allows you to get as close as possible to the glass with your hands without burning yourself, but you can still feel the heat. Thank you. And so from there, as she continues to shape with her papers, the glass starts to shrink because she's adding pressure. So you'll see that her assistant, Aiden, will blow into the end of the pipe. And so she wants to clean up the end of that roller wrap. And so Aiden's going to paddle her because it's hot. And what she's doing is she's using the jacks to pinch and pinch and pinch. And so what that does is it edits off a portion of the glass that she doesn't want to use. It cleans it up. It cleans up the design. And then she'll go in with her diamond shears and cut off that little ball she just carved out with her jacks. And so those scissors, they're in the shape of a diamond when you open them. There are little balls down here from all the colors that she made today. There's a blue one, there's a green one, one's orange because it's scorching hot. I'll kick them out so you can see them, or you might have to come closer and take a look, because those also will blow up because of thermal shock, because the inner layers are hotter than the outer layers, so when they meet, they just crack. They just kind of pop on the ground. It's not like that big explosion we had earlier. Go ahead. Whenever glass is on the ground, you always throw it away. Whenever color is added to glass, it's contaminated. We can only recycle clear glass. So that's why we put glass inside of that big bucket that exploded earlier. It was clear glass in there. Earlier, my feet got really hot. Oh, shit. So you'll see as she rotates back and forth on the bench, she's reheating herself, but when she just rotates back and forth on the bench, she's allowing the glass to chill. She's allowing it to hold its shape. We always need a very tempered glass to move forward. So back in with her blocks, which are a hollowed out sphere made from cherry wood, and it's soaked in water. And now as the piece grows, you can see that steam. Aiden is blowing as Sarah is shaping. She's telling him, blow, stop. And so when he blows, that expands that bubble. So when she shapes, she can add pressure. So those jacks are used to carve a line of tension. As she carves that line, this is the reference point. This is the end of the pipe and the beginning of the bubble. This is where she's going to add water to release herself later. If you're just joining us, Levi is torching one of his casted faces. The hot torch allows him to kind of get out all the imperfections that might be inside of this mold here. You can kind of see the face a little bit. Levi is designing these for the wife of an artist. Aiden is preparing a punty. The punty will be attached. A punty rod is known as a transfer rod, which allows us to remove ourselves from that initial blowpipe. Puntil means to bridge. It's an Italian word. A lot of our techniques a lot of our words derive from Italy, which is where glass was started. A little bit of water to the jack line, and Sarah will be able to knock herself off the pipe. Anybody have any questions? The question was, how many years does it take to learn how to blow glass, make glass? Well, Sarah went to school. She went to Rochester Institute of Technology. She has a BA in, what was it?
Here, I'll tell you. A better answer to that question is, it's kind of like learning a musical instrument. There's no, like, it's not like being a lawyer where you need like this amount of school, this degree, this certification. There's some people who do it for 20 years and they never get good at it. It's just like I played guitar for 10 years and I could play some cowboy chords, but that's about it. So you can get a degree in glass. Sarah has a degree in glass from Rochester Institute of Technology. Myself, I started at a studio in 1996, sweeping the floors, and then just kept doing it. So Jack down there, he started in Tacoma Public Schools at age maybe 13 or 14, and now he's 20, and he's a professional glassblower. He's also been watching us since he was like 3 years old. Like I've known Jack since he was in diapers. So yeah, there's really no set amount of time. It's either you're good at it or you're not. Sarah's really good at it.
Can we please see some of Sarah's work? I'll show you guys some of Sarah's work that she's made over time. So in just a moment, when Eric's ready, he'll flip that face out of the mold. Almost, we'll go back to it when he's ready to flip it. So now we transferred ourselves off of that initial blowpipe, and Sarah has used her jacks to open up that bubble into more of a cup shape. So you'll see she goes in with her calipers, which is that tool that's wide open, and she's going to match this white cup up with her initial cup that she created, and we will be doing an incamo. And take a look over here at Eric and Levi, and Eric's going to shuck it off, and then we're going to put this face into the oven around the corner. Can we please see the incamo diagram? So we have two pieces that have been created, and we're going to combine them. So Sarah's cup similar to the red cup, and Jack's white cup is similar to the yellow cup. Incamo means to graft. She'll attach herself properly, give herself some shape, and then she'll release the additional pipe in just a moment. A little bit of water, and away it goes. Okay, so there's a process that we do here every week or every other week. The hot shop technician, he does this thing called charging the furnace. And so as we extract glass from the furnace constantly all day long, we have to refill it because 1,000 pounds of glass doesn't just magically appear. So, with that, can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn how the glass gets replenished?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
If you've had a chance to explore all the galleries, you would have got the chance to go down the art alley. This is where our Kids Design Glass program is displayed. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass slide? So the Kids Design Glass program is for kids age 12 and under. So draw down your original idea, submit your drawing, and the mock hot shop team will choose a monthly winners. And so the winner and their family are invited to watch their creation be made. And we make 2 copies, one for the creator and one for the Museum of Glass. This program is designed to encourage the youth to create like fine artists do here in the hot shop. So be sure to encourage the youngins between the ages of 1 and 12 to submit their drawings to come create. Thank you. So in with her jack line, she'll go. She'll carve out that line of tension to remove herself from this pipe later. The more she rotates, the tighter she squeezes, the better that line is carved in. Give it a little air. That gun is only shooting out air. For those of you who just joined us, she's reheating herself in and out of the glory hole. Can we please see the glory hole slide? The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass, and it gets up to about 2,300 degrees. There's no glass inside of the glory hole, there's only heat. Also, if you're just joining us, we have Levi Belber and then Eric Wool. They are creating some faces, and so they're taking a ladle and they're pouring it into a mold, and it's a face. When it solidifies, they flip it out of the mold and they put it into the oven. Levi is renting the hot shop today, and the hot shop team is in the middle here, and they are creating a bowl. So we have to let the glass chill and take shape, so Sarah will rotate back and forth because the glass has to stay on the pipe and it has to stay on there evenly. If she stops rotating, it'll fall in one direction, which will make it uneven. And so here comes a cookie, which is a hot gather, a fresh gather of glass. And so it'll be the foot portion of the vase, of the bowl that Sarah's creating. And she'll take her diamond shears, which will give us a 360 cut. So it cuts it, shears it all the way off perfectly around. So right now we can see that the glass is going to be green. This is a transparent color. It's not holding the heat as other colors do. That's why you're able to see what it's going to look like when it's cool again. When the glass emits that orange color, that's because it's piping hot. Clear looks orange because that's what 2,100 degrees looks like. The green part isn't being heated as much as it was, and so you get to see an idea of the final color. And so with the paddle and the jacks, she will shape up the cookie, which will make it like a piece of a cylinder. It looks like a little cylinder that's solid, a slice almost. And so the hot torch, the fluffy torch will give us a nice flash, which will help carry the thermal energy evenly throughout this piece. The portion of the glass that she's flashing is always the last piece into the glory hole and the first piece out of the glory hole. So she has to make sure she gives a nice flash to that portion of the glass. For those of you who are just joining us, I can help you understand a little bit better how the glass got its color today. The glass that we have here inside of our furnaces is clear. We have to add color to glass through different applications. So can we please see the color overlay video after this is knocked off the blowpipe? So after we take a moment to watch this piece be transferred, we'll be able to see color overlay. A little bit of water, which applies thermal shock, and then we remove ourselves from that initial pipe. Can we?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The question was, how hot is it when they're like using the newspapers to shape? Well, the glory hole is 2100 degrees. Glass has to be kept at a minimum of above 1000 degrees to be worked and malleable, and so we can manipulate it still. And so just know that she's constantly comes in contact with glass that's over 1000 degrees during the working process. She's not burning herself, but she still can soak up all that heat. Her entire arm's a little bit red, if you could see it earlier today. I saw it. So it's soaking up heat. But she's also been doing this for a really long time, so that's why she makes it look so easy. She's been blowing glass for over 20 years. The other question was how long do the papers last that they're using? And Gabe said 2 to 3 days. Because they start to get all like gooey because of the water, so they throw them out and then they make more. They wrap up newspaper. So if you're a local, we'll be more than happy to take all your newspapers. And if you're just joining us, Levi's making face, he's casting face and molds, and we are creating a bowl. Sarah's the gaffer for the day. We added a lip wrap, which means we added a third element to this for the design. And so we wrap the top with a solid color. And so Sarah will start to shape it with her jacks to the design of her choice. If you go to the store, things that are stamped made at Mog are made right here in the hot shop. Sometimes they make things for commission purposes that people ask. Sometimes they make, there you go. That's a great question. So everything that you see in the store that says made at Mog are made by Ben Cobb, or Gabe Feenan, or Sarah Gilbert. Was probably made at Mog. We came back from lunch around 2:30, and so we probably started around 2:35, 2:40. And now it's 3:25. So sometimes takes an hour, sometimes takes an hour and a half. It just depends on what they're making. So as you see, Aiden's using that paddle to shield Sarah's arm from the heat. The tool she's using now is known as a pachofi, and the pachofi is allowing her to get some better grounding in opposition to those jacks that are a bit skinnier. These are jacks with two wooden pieces on, like at the tweezy parts. So as she widens her grip, that will also widen the mouth. And then depending on what angle she's going in at, that also helps open up as she rotates around. The angle that she's holding those pachovis at, it helps open up that mouth.
If you do what?
Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Thanks for joining us today. So now that we've opened up some additional doors on that glory hole, if you look at the thermometer that's on the front of the shield, we're getting up to about 120 degrees. So she's standing pretty much in 120 degrees, not in front of, not next to, she's in it. It's hot. As we continue to shape and really just make a nice, even bowl, Sarah will continue to move in and out of the glory hole. Can we please see the glory hole diagram for those that just joined us? And so if you're just joining us, the glory hole is only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is about 2,300 degrees. Thank you. Gabe is starting to suit up, which means he's going to catch this piece when it's released from the pipe. Although you can use materials to prevent yourself from being burnt, you can never escape the heat. So when he catches this piece, he's catching this piece with oven mittens on, but you better know he can feel that heat. It's hot. It's like holding a hot pan, like a 1,000-degree pan. Yeah, so it can fall off if the punty gets a little too cold, but I don't want to talk about that before we're done. I just don't want to talk about it loudly because, like, some things it's just like, let's just watch it, you know, be successful. But yeah, I'm happy about it. That has happened. Like, you know, it gets to kind of like the point of like, when you get stressed out and you're hot, you've been working all week and you're tired, just know that the glass acts how you feel. So if you're not taking your time, if you're not well fed, if you're not well rested, it's just not going to work. It may work. Yeah. Everyone learn how to make glass? You can learn. But I've been working with glass since I was 11. I work on a flame, so I make stuff that's small. It's wearable art. Like my beads are the flame. I make beads. I make glass beads, basically. So Jack started when he was little. That's Jack. Sarah started when she's been doing it for 20 plus years. She probably in her mid 30s. I'm 30. So we have to give some good flashes to that punty to keep it nice and hot. We want to always keep the punty nice and gooey so we can work on it. Because if it gets too cold and all that Levi has just taken a ladle, and then Eric's gonna go in and snip, snip, snip that hot glass up, and into his mold is where he will pour that ladle of hot glass. Well, as the glass cools, it will take the face of the image, and then off of the pipe we go. We remove ourselves and we flash it. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work today. And this black box you see on the screen here is an oven. Into the oven it'll go. One more round of applause for Gabe's hard work. And then into the oven it'll go. So what that oven is, it's an annealing oven that ramps down the pieces over a computerized system. Glass chills in reference to its thickness. That'll be ready tomorrow around this time. Artists from all over the world come and work in the hot shop. Then we also have artists who are hot shop, who work here every day, which is our hot shop team. Levi is renting the hot shop, but I can show you more about a different artist that comes and works in the hot shop. His name is John Kiley. Can we please see the John Kiley studio video?
First time I ever made these pieces, or really this body of work, sculptures in glass, was at the Museum of Glass. And it was in 2008 in a 2-day residency there. And the first ones were very simple in form and shape and color, using only transparent materials. And since then, the basic architecture for the work has essentially remained the same, but the details are changing a lot. The color palette is changing. The way that I'm cutting the pieces has evolved really pretty dramatically. And really what I'm doing with the shape outside of that basic architecture of connecting two sections together continues to evolve. And really the temptation when you come to a place like this sometimes is to try to do a bunch of brand new, crazy things, decoration and whatever. And sort of thinking about it, 6-8 months now, what I'm going to do here, really, it kind of came to me that what this residency needs to be about in a lot of ways is restraint. One of the things that I've been experimenting with is adding a third section into the middle of the piece to change a membrane. To change the color of the membrane and the color of that dividing line in the middle of the piece. And there's reasons for that, both aesthetically and conceptually. From an aesthetic standpoint, it's interesting to kind of see something else going on in the middle of the piece besides just a basic overlap or a basic solid membrane. And so the idea of adding just a bit of color in there, a bit of interest, is appealing. And originally that idea started with some opaque pieces. The opaque pieces originally were a form study for a large-scale sculpture that I'm working on out of composite material. And of course with opaque glass you can't see the inside. So it's got a totally different feel than transparent glass. And really the idea of adding this ring in the middle does two things. Number one, from the outside of an opaque piece, if you look at just the membrane, you can see a bit of color. And then your reward is by engaging with the piece and walking around and looking inside, there's something totally unusual compared to other work inside there. And so really adding the third color was about trying to grab a little bit of interest from the viewer on what might look like a static or a subtle piece and bring them on to the inside of the piece and have a whole different experience with it. I'm here. Yes, please. mess with that a little bit. All right, Rico. Let's do it. I think we're ready. There's a lot going on right now with glass as a material, and there's a lot of discussion about where glass as a material is going to go, both from the conceptual standpoint and what some people are referring to as the traditional studio glass movement. Looks pretty good, don't you think? Yeah. I don't know or really care where I fit in with that particular argument or set of rules or circumstances that people apply to a material. But for me, repetition is part of it. It's part of my practice as an artist. And it's part of what draws me to make these forms. This whole idea is based on the experience of making a perfect object as a child and breaking it. And regardless of material, I'm still compelled to try to make these objects and deconstruct them. You know, the ability to progress as an artist and mature artistically is the challenge. It's the challenge for what artists do, really, is how do you move forward? And that's really the same challenge with life in a way, and kind of that's been one of my challenges in life, is how do you move forward? You look at my life personally and how long it took me to start making my own work as an artist. It took years. I make this work because it speaks to me. 5 years from now, I imagine it's going to look quite a bit different, but I'm not really thinking about 5 years from now. Each piece that I'm working on, I'm totally engaged with that piece and how that particular piece should look and what the subtleties and the nuances are of that one thing that's in the moment, that's now, that's in front of me. And that's what I'm concerned with, not what the next piece is going to look like necessarily. I'll worry about that when I make the next piece.
So where we are at currently, well, let's just start with the beginning. We have to start in the beginning sometime, all right? So this entire process here on the hot shop floor begins in the furnace. Now it runs 24/7. It's on at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And each tank holds approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And it sits at 2100 degrees. And it is very important we maintain the temperature of the glass while we are working with it. And you will see us periodically go back and forth to the glory hole. That is the reheating chamber. Now, both the furnace and the glory hole are powered by natural gas and forced air. Now, it is simply used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature of our glory hole is 2300 degrees. So a little bit warmer than where it started. Now we have gone through a couple steps. When we first begin from the furnace, we take a blowpipe, just like Sarah has currently. We grab a little gather of glass. We do a couple rotations. make sure it's nice and secure on the pipe. Glass does have a certain level of viscosity, which does allow it to adhere to itself. Then we blow a small bubble that looks similar to a balloon. Now, we've gone a little farther from there. Sarah did add some color already. Now, how we are adding color today is through color bar, just like the one I have. Now we get this nice and toasty, and we drop it over that clear bubble, and then we begin to cover our clear bubble with our color bar. So this is called color overlay, just like it sounds. Now, currently you cannot tell the actual color of what we are using. This is not orange in color. It is just due to thermal energy. It is that hot. And if we have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. I would love to answer them. Now, we did just talk about where the glass comes from, and we do have to fill our tank from time to time. Now, this process is called charging the furnace. Can we see the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Now, right now, Sarah is blocking. Most of the time, we're going to block about 2 times. That first time is to give this gather a nice shape. The second, I can't talk. The second is to maintain temperature. And as she is using this block, it is starting to cool the surface of the glass, and as she starts to finally blow air into this, the cooler portions aren't going to move and inflate as much as the hotter areas. And not only is she using the block to help kind of cool and lower temperatures of areas as she begins to blow in here, but she continually turns the blowpipe. And while that is happening, all that glass on the inside of that bubble is starting to become nice and even. That way, when she is beginning to blow air into this, there's not a thin spot here, a thicker spot here. It's all nice and consistent. Now, we did wait a moment before we added another gather. It is much easier for glass to stick to another surface than hot glass to stick to hot glass. There was kind of a skin developing on the outside of that bubble, so once she dunks that back into the furnace, there is a nice surface for all of this new glass to adhere to. Now the block is made out of wood. It is actually cherry wood. It is a type of hardwood. Even though it is kept in water, it does catch on fire from time to time, but steam does help prevent it from leaving any residue or marks. Now we do switch up who is in charge down here on the floor. Today it is Sarah. She is running the show. If you are not familiar with some of her other artwork, can we please show some of her work? So you either go to school for this or you become an apprentice. And Gabe had an excellent explanation earlier that it's pretty much like learning an instrument. You don't, it's not like law school where you are in school for a couple years and then you go out. You do it as you go. So you could be doing this for 20 years and still not be any better than you were the first 5. So what we just watched was an optic mold. Can we put up our optic mold slide? So she is currently at the pipe cooler. The blowpipe gets a little hot every once in a while, so we have a schmancy piece of equipment for that. Now, right now, we are about to do a roller wrap. Gabe is standing in front of the glory hole in the maroon. Sarah is about to place this in the pipe roller, I believe is what it's called. So he's going to touch the base of this with a color bar. It's white. and a roller wrap. So next we are going to use the oxy propane torch. This guy gets up to 5,000 degrees. Now as she is applying heat here, the white isn't going to fall into the indentations. It's going to stick to the highest point and come back and adhere onto itself again. Some colors can actually be pretty stubborn. Clear is a soft. White, I have heard, is a little difficult to work with. Reds and whites are some of the more difficult colors. Some colors are very soft, some are very hard, some don't want to work together at all, and when you put them over the top of each other, they turn colors you don't want them to turn. Now, if you've been paying attention on our first bench over here, they have just dumped their cast out of the mold, and they're going to take it back to the annealing oven behind us. This first bench, they are doing what is known as casting, and there's a giant ladle hanging over that first bench. So as Sarah is marvering, this is called marvering, and the table she is using is called the marving table. It's beginning to pull heat out of the surface of the glass. Now, once she starts to blow more air into it, the area that is still a lot hotter is going to expand more than the area that has had the heat pulled away from it. And I believe we're going to see the far right bench begin another sun disk. So the mold on that table is made out of graphite, and it has a face on it. Now these are going to take about 3 to 4 days to cool down in the annealing oven back there. So now we see she is using some folded up newspaper. It has been dampened down. So the tool in her hand, these are called jacks. And she's going to use these to squeeze just a little bit of what she doesn't want off the end of it. And this is a great view of the jacks. So when you look at them from the side, they're very wide and flat. And when you look at them from above, they are very thin. When you squeeze them together, just like we see on screen, they create a flat surface. And we also see a wooden paddle that is being used to help block the heat for her arm. Glass needs to be at least 1,000 degrees to be worked with, and her arm is probably 5 or 6 inches away from that. It is at least 1,500 degrees, at least. So at this bench on screen, you have Gabe standing and using a wood paddle to create a nice flat surface. Jack is seated at the bench. So the piece he is making right now, we are going to add to the one behind me. Now, joining these two pieces, this is called incalmo. Can we actually see the incalmo slide? So color aside, but matters for this purpose. We'll say the far bench of the piece Jack has is going to be that yellow color, and behind me is going to be the red. I believe Levi is about to dip into the furnace here. Now the furnace he's using is a little hotter than the one on the opposite end. This is about 2250. You do need the furnace to be a little bit more hot when you are casting glass. So Eric will trim this extra. So we'll give this a little bit of time, and they will flip it over onto a tray and put it in the oven, and that is your casting. So while we were watching, Sarah had created a jack line. You notice there's a pinch line closer to the blowpipe. That is where she is right now. Now, eventually, this is where we're going to apply some water, and we are going to break this off of the blowpipe. Now, this will be pretty easy because this is really hot glass, and if you put some water on there, it's going to do what you think it's going to do. It's going to crack. This is going to be thermal shock. Or these are going to be stress fractures. Hello, all of my new faces. So to give you a rundown, we have two different things going on. The first two benches over here are doing the same project, and this far bench to your right is doing this. They've just dumped some hot glass into a mold, and when it's nice and settled, they'll flip it over on a tray and take it in the back and let it cool down. Now, behind me, what is about to happen is we need to open up the hole that is going to be left behind when we break this off of the blowpipe. But to do that, we can't just break it off with our hand and hold it. We got to use some equipment for that. So Adrian is at the pipe cooler, and the gather of glass on the end of his punchy rod. We are going to stick this to the exposed end of the piece we see on screen. Once it's attached, we're going to apply that water to that pinched end that is closest to the blowpipe. We'll give it a tap, break it free, and it will now be attached to a secondary rod. So the whole purpose of this is to transfer this punty means to bridge. So we're just transferring this to a new rod. There's our water. And that's it. So now that hole that is left behind, once we give this a good flash in the glory hole, that is the reheating chamber, we're going to begin to open that little hole that has been left. And we will then add our piece that's sitting in the garage. Can we show the Incalmo slide? So for my new faces, this is what we are about to do. Now, the color red is going to be that bench behind me, and the additional piece we're going to add will be yellow. And for those just joining us, where we are reheating this piece right now, this is called the glory hole. It is a reheating chamber. It is just used to reheat glass, and it is piping hot. It is 2,300 degrees, and right now it is over 100 degrees standing in front of there. And if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand, and I would love to answer them. Now, the reason this is a glowing orange, it is due to thermal energy. Glass needs to be at least 1,000 degrees to be worked with. Now we see Adrian holding up a paddle. This is helping give a flat surface as well as block that heat from reaching Sarah's arm. Now these are calipers. This is to make sure that the piece we are looking at and the one we're about to add are the same size. Now, if you notice, she isn't completely heating this whole piece. She's trying to mostly focus it on the outer lip right now. Glass likes to move where it is hottest. So the piece they just put away over here, this is going to take 3 or 4 days to cool down. Now the piece behind us is only going to take about a day. Now one of my artists had told me that the telescope lens, and I mean the size of one that fits in this building, not the one we're spying on our neighbors with, the larger one takes 18 months to anneal. Yeah. So this is our in Calmo. And if this has sparked your interest to do any of this yourself, we do have fusing workshops, we have tile workshops, we do have classes that you can look for online. If you look on the Hilltop Artists website, I do know recently and this month there are glass blowing classes. I'm unsure of when we're doing that here, but go look online. So what we are seeing now, the piece we just added that is attached to the blowpipe, that lighter white color, that is going to be the lip or the open portion of a bowl. And the farthest end of our blowpipe, that is where we are going to eventually attach a foot. I know it doesn't look like it right now, but I promise you, this is going to be a bowl. And for my new faces, this is newspaper. All she has in her hand right now is folded up newspaper. It is, however, wet because, you know, we're not trying to light Sarah's hand on fire. Now they go through one of these about every 2 or 3 days, and if you have any extra newspaper or, you know, your spouse or partner is trying to get rid of it, bring it here. We won't tell them. And some more of you have trickled in, so the way of the layout right now, these first 2 benches, they are working on one project. This far bench to your right is working on an entirely separate project, and they are starting all over again. So this is Eric and Levi. They're trimming that extra off this ladle. They're gonna pour this into, this is a graphite mold, and it does have a face on it. This is called a sun disk. And this is just the first step. Eventually, they're going to create pedestals that this can be displayed on your shelf or table, and they will go through various cold working processes and coat it with a few things, you know, make sure it lasts a little bit longer. And once it has settled into that mold, they will pop it in the back for the annealer. So we are flashing our piece behind me again. You know, we do have some new faces. If you have ever wondered how we get the glass into the furnace, which, by the way, do you know we go through about 2 tons of glass a year? Why don't we play our charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we are at the marving table. Now this is stainless steel. Now all these places that the glass has come into contact with, it's not going to expand as much when Sarah starts to blow more air into it, or when Gabe is seated, so he's going to be blowing air into the blowpipe. Now the torch we are seeing, this is called the fluffy torch for obvious reasons. Now it is just fueled by natural gas. And this torch gets to about 2,000 degrees. So we're going to flash this, and then we are going to add in a jack line. So Sarah just created a jack line. Now this is where eventually we are going to break the piece off from the blowpipe. So we have now put this sun disk face on this pizza oven-ish like piece of equipment. And this will, all these pieces they've made so far, they are so thick, they're going to take 3 to 4 days to cool down. Yeah. The pieces we are making these bowls, though, they're only going to take about till tomorrow. Not as intense. Now, this piece is not orange. It is orange, but it's not truly orange. That is due to thermal energy. It is just that hot. So what they just added, that clear pad of glass, that is the foot. That's going to be the bottom of our bowl. It is going to be a bowl. I know it's not there yet, but it's coming. There are moments where I tell people what this is going to be, and they look at me, and I'm like, I know you don't believe me, but it's really going to be like that. So what Gabe is in the hat and this maroon shirt. It's called a punty rod, and the glass piece on the end of it is called a punty. Now, a lot of these schmancy words in glass are Italian, and punty means to bridge. So he's going to take this and stick it to the bottom of the foot. Now, the only difference between the blowpipe and the punty rod is one is hollow and one is solid. So the punty rod is the solid of the two. We are going to attach it to the bottom of this foot, but we're going to give it a little flash. Now, it is really important that this is the proper temperature, or it's not going to stick, and either the punty isn't going to work, or we're going to pull it away and the piece is going to fall off, and we don't want that. But you know, they've been doing this a long time, and that you don't see that very often. So we're going to add some water to that jack line, which is going to create some stress fractures. She gives it a tap, and there you go. We have transferred this to a secondary rod. We'll give it a little flash. And there is a little hole that has been left from the blowpipe, and that is going to be the opening that will eventually turn into our bowl. So hello, my new arrivals. We are creating a bowl behind me. Now for my new faces, on everyone that is on the line right now, we are all using the glory hole. That is the reheating chamber. It is simply used to reheat and keep our glass up to temperature. It does sit at 2,300 degrees, and it is well over 100 in front of the one Sarah is standing at right now. Now I see Jack has a color bar. That is going to turn into the lip wrap. We will lightly press it on some spot and just wrap it around the lip, just as it sounds. Hello, my new arrivals, and we have more new arrivals. This is a good point, and we'll start in the very beginning. We have to get here somehow, right? Oh, are we here? Did you miss any of anything? Okay. Well, good. I love that you loved it so much that you came back. We do have a couple new arrivals. We have some returns. So all of my new faces, hello everyone. I am Michelle. I'm your MC for the afternoon. If you have any questions anytime, please feel free to raise your hand. I would love to answer them. We will do a quick little nutshell to get you where we are now. So this whole process begins in the furnace. Now it runs 24/7. It is on at 2 a.m. It's on at 2 in the afternoon. It's on all the time. It's on Christmas, it's on Mother's Day, it's on Father's Day, Thanksgiving, every day. And there are 2 of them. They each can contain approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And we did briefly go over the glory hole. That is the reheating chamber. Now both the glory hole and the furnace are powered by natural gas and forced air. Now, it is used just to reheat the glass. There is no glass in there unless, obviously, we're reheating it, but that is not where it comes from. And the glory hole sits at 2,300 degrees. Now, a few things happened to get to this point. We took a blowpipe, dipped it into the furnace. We picked up a small gather, made an air bubble out of that. It looks like a tiny balloon. Now to add our color, what we did, we warmed up a gooey color bar, got it nice and gooey, you know, got to keep it hot, dropped it over that clear bubble, covered the clear bubble, and then boom, we colored our glass. We did take a couple extra gathers of clear glass, so it looks like it's one color when it's really been sandwiched between layers of clear. We grew that bubble a little bit, rolled around on the table, shaped it, cut some extra, you know, added another piece, and now we're here. In a nutshell. So, question is, what are we doing on the far bench? So we can see Eric. I don't know where Levi went, and I don't know where the ladle went. They might be winding down. But what they were doing is they took a giant metal ladle, dipped it into the furnace, poured it into this graphite mold on screen. Now there is a face in there. When I asked what these were going to be, a sun disk. So eventually someone's going to make a little pedestal or a stand to sit this on your dining room table or a shelf. There will be some other steps to get there. We'll cold work it, add some additional layers of something to make it last a little longer, and then, yeah, it'll be an art piece in somebody's house. Those pieces that they are making, it's going to take 2 to 3 days for them to cool down. The bowl we are making behind me, that's going to be ready by tomorrow. And you are seeing Eric sweep up some glass, and you're probably wondering, what are we going to do with that? We're going to throw it away. Once it hits the floor, it's not like that Cheeto at your house. We don't eat it. We throw it away. And if you've never eaten a chip off the floor in your house, we've all done it. We do, however, recycle the glass that is in these kegs. And that is the only glass that gets recycled. So we are using this wooden paddle. Adrian is holding this up between the piece we're working on and Sarah's arm. This is to help protect her arm from that heat. And the tools she's using, these are called pachovis. They are essentially a pair of jacks that have wood on the end of them. So once it hits the floor, it has been contaminated. So another answer for that is, how many of you have noticed that the glass in your car isn't 100% clear? It's kind of got a tint to it, right? That is because there were impurities in the glass. If we go to Point Ruston, pick up some sand, throw it in a furnace, add all the other ingredients, it will make glass, but it's not going to be as clear as the stuff we have here on our hot shop floor. Yes, so, well, the barrel of water is where we'll take the blowpipe, and when you do this, it is very important that you put your thumb over the end of the blowpipe, dunk it, and then put it in the bucket. If you just leave it open and dunk it, there is a probability that the hot water is going to be sucked up through the blowpipe, and I've heard stories about a flaming hot super soaker event. We don't want that. That's really dangerous. So, yes. Wait. Do we recycle the glass in the water? So only the keg glass. That's it. I just learned something, that glass will eventually turn back into sand. Now we know. All glass? So I know it looks like she's making this open, but what's going on is she's really kind of holding the tool in one position and she's turning the pipe. So as she's leaving it in one position and the piece is rotating and rotating, it's slowly and naturally starting to shape and open on its own. Glass is not something you're going to force. It is a very fluid thing to work with. And see, I told you it was going to be a bowl. I know you might not have believed me, but we got there. Now we do have some new faces, so I would love to show you behind me. This is Sarah, some of her artwork, and I think, could I say Sarah is a mixed media artist? Yeah, she is a mixed media artist, and why don't we show some of her work? Gabe is suiting up, which means it is about time to put this away. So if we just knock this off and set this on my stool and said, it's good to go, right? Wrong. Very wrong. What's going to happen is this is not going to stay in one piece for very long. It's going to cool too fast, and this is called thermal shock. And to prevent this, we have a thing for that. We have really fancy equipment. It is called the annealing oven. There are a few around the floor, but the one that matters right now is to your left. My right, your left. It is that big black piece of equipment that is tucked under the walkway. Now, glass needs to be at a minimum of 1,000 degrees to be worked with, and the annealing oven sits at 910. So cool enough that it's not going to move around anymore, but hot enough we're not going to break it. And there, this is going to, it'll sit there till tomorrow, and they will pop it out, and it'll be ready to go to our cold worker in the back. Now, Gabe is going to wear Kevlar gloves. We're not going to make him hot potato this. Behind me, I believe these are going to go to the store. I would like to clarify, though, when you look in the store, it will let you know if it's been made here at the museum or if it's been made by another local artist in the state. But there's some really cool mushroom lamps in there. I say this because I bought one. Worth it. So this is our, about to be the last flash once we're done with the fluffy torch. It is about 115 degrees in front of the glory hole right now. So just like we transferred this to that punchy rod a little bit earlier, that's how we're going to remove this from the punchy rod. We're going to add on a little bit of water, give it a tap, and that's that. Okay, one more flash. Now this is the oxypropane torch. This guy gets up to 5,000 degrees. And a final stamp of mock approval from Sarah. And why don't we give everyone a hand? And that's it. I think they are done. It is hot down here, and I don't blame them. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. If you have not thought about becoming a member, highly recommend it. Or, you just want to hang out a little more, go ask the front desk or go look online. We do have some fusing classes coming up. Also, if you become a member, you get a little discount at the store and the cafe. So, come in, get a little discount on your coffee, a little bite to eat during lunch. Ooh, and we do have Mog stickers. And you know what? I have 2 left. So I'm going to ask 2 questions. So, how hot does glass, and we'll raise your hands, how hot does glass need to be worked with? Yes, 1,000 degrees. Your choice. Okay, one more sticker. What color is the glass in the furnace? Clear is the right answer. Well, thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful weekend.